Good evening. I will now call a regular board meeting to order. Today's date is August 26th, and the time is 5:30 p.m. Clerk Delgado, will you please conduct roll call?
President Lackaretti.
Here.
Trustee Brooks.
Here.
Trustee Zhang.
Here.
Trustee McCutcheon.
Here.
Trustee Delgado present.
Thank you. Will the community outreach specialists please introduce themselves?
Thank you, Madam President Lackaretti. Buenas noches o buenas tardes a todos. Si usted nos está viendo virtualmente y habla español y necesita interpretación, le podemos brindar interpretación si lo necesita. Gracias.
Thank you. เป็นอนุมามหวังอันนี้ที่ไม่เป็นแต่มองมองอีบุยมวนฉลางสก็ไม่เชื่อมจะฟังว่าเป็นเมียนว่าเนาะบุยบัวอีบัวเถียงตัวเนี่ยโอ้แรงจริง
Thank you. Nhớ rồi yo chọn tu cho lên hát cho tu giờ ta có sai sai bên nhau cho hú sự东西nó的波路中市场nó还好上的说哈路了被因蒙蒙才路我讲到 Thank you, Madam President. Like ready?
Thank you to our community outreach specialists. For those who are with us virtually and would like to make a public comment regarding any closed session items, please call 1-669-900-6833 and enter or select meeting ID number 880-3612-8852. You will be placed in a virtual waiting room until the moderator of the meeting provides access to the live meeting. For those here in person, please stand behind the podium to make your public comment. State your name for the record, share your comment, and/or identify which agenda item you are addressing and comment. The board will adjourn to closed session to discuss agenda items: A, public employee appointment, reassignment, discipline, dismissal, release, complaint, Government Code Section 54957, conference with labor negotiator Dr. Don Hubble pursuant to Education Code Section 54957.6 regarding negotiations with MCTA and CSEA Chapter 530, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Performance Evaluation Superintendent. At this time in the meeting, the public is invited to comment on items within the board's subject matter jurisdiction in accordance with the board policy on the items listed for the closed session only. Comments from the members of the public shall not exceed 3 minutes per individual or a total of 20 minutes unless a majority of the board waives timelines. Ms. Gates, do we have any callers for closed session items?
President Lackaretti, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you. Do we have any in-person public comments? Seeing none, we will now adjourn to closed session at 5:33 p.m. Good evening. Good evening. I will call the meeting to order. The time is 7:08 p.m. Apologize for the delay, but we will move forward. Will the community outreach specialists please introduce themselves?
Thank you, Madam President Lacaretti. Buenas noches a todos. Si usted nos está viendo en persona o virtualmente y usted habla español y necesita interpretación, le podemos proveer interpretación. Gracias.
Thank you. 被我们马黄，安尼姊妹别带网一文次郎，是讲我们签字方话背面话呢，出在发见面，是讲我们签字非常就从呢在 chat 哦，冷静。
Thank you. Nhớ rằng số lượng hát số tu giờ ta có họ sai bé họ sẽ tàu kế chạy lu họ ô lu mong chỉ tu yon được họ session nó thọ sai lu ban cứ nhớ chú học căn trong được các live stream click trên đó họ cứ sau hoa ta mong là giờ có họ mua lu tăng chỉ là sáng tới số họ lu tăng chỉ là có yên một tàu trên đó họ chat cứ nhớ trên được các live stream ở trong đó. Thank you, Madam President Lacaretti.
Thank you to our community outreach specialists. Clerk Delgado, can you please conduct roll call?
Yes, President Lacaretti.
Here.
Trustee Zhang. Here. Trustee Brooks.
Here.
Trustee McCutcheon.
Here.
And Trustee Delgado is present.
Thank you. We have nothing to report from closed session. Public speaking information. In-person comments will be taken during the public comment period to enable public comment and translation services. This time is for general public comments and comments on any specific agenda item should you choose not to wait. Oh, sorry, we missed a big part. I apologize and thank you for reminding me. We will now do flag salute led by Clerk Delgado. I was like, huh? It was there. It's fine.
Ready, salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Again, apologize and thank you for reminding me. Yeah, just be next time. Okay. Public speaking information. In-person comments will be taken during the public comment period to enable public comment and translation services. This time is for general public comments and comments on any specific agenda item should you choose not to wait until the agenda item comes up. If you choose to speak to a specific agenda item during the public comment period, you will not be able to speak to the agenda item again when it comes up later in the meeting. I will announce when we're ready to open for public comment. For those here in person, please stand behind the podium to make your public comment. When it's your turn, state your name for the record, share your comment, and/or identify which agenda item you're addressing and comment. You will have 3 minutes to address the board. To maximize community input, we may exercise the right to reduce the per-person speaking time if necessitated by a large number of speakers. For those who are with us virtually and would like to make a public comment, please call 1-669-900-6833 and enter or select meeting ID number 880-3612-8852. You will be placed in a virtual waiting room until the moderator provides access to the live meeting. Before we begin today's meeting, we would like to take a moment to honor the memory of Ron Hoffert, a former psychologist with Merced City School District who passed away. Ron had a rare gift for making meaningful connections with students, families, and colleagues. He offered support, encouragement, and kindness to anyone who needed it. His legacy of empathy, service, and quiet strength will live on in the lives he touched. We invite you to join us in a moment of silence to remember Mr. Ron Hoffert. Thank you. We move on to communications. Merced City Teachers Association and California School Employees Association, Chapter 530. MCTA President, Ms. Pust. Oh, there you go.
Sorry, I was finishing my homework late. Good evening. In the last few weeks, I've had the opportunity to meet with some of our newest leaders to discuss the concerns of MCTA. As many of you know, there have been concerns about how the ELOP funds are being spent. Mr. Romo, our deputy superintendent, and I talked about this concern, and as a result, came to the conclusion that what is missing is a system. Unlike the LCAP, where labor partners and community groups meet directly with Mr. Alexander, and public forums are held to gather public input from all stakeholders on how the funds are spent, there is no such system for spending the ELOP funds. I believe we need to move toward a more transparent system so more than one body is making decisions on how to spend these millions of dollars. And for the record, we are not against bringing music, art, SEL, and academic supports to our students. We just want a voice in where these funds are spent and who they are spent on. I also had the opportunity to meet with Dr. Cooper and Mr. Herr to discuss how pupil services can support certificated staff. I was able to bring forth the concerns of our staff regarding implementation of the RJL text. Many questions were answered, and some still need to be worked on. I appreciate the conversation and look forward to learning more about the roles and responsibilities of all of the staff who are there to help our students. Now, Trustee Brooks, last meeting, you brought up the need to focus on literacy, mathematics, and our lowest performing students at the end of the meeting. And I could not agree more. I feel like these topics have been pushed aside, and it's time to put the spotlight on them again. And Clerk Delgado, you brought up the possibility of having a full-time teacher librarian at each school. Obviously, I agree 100%. In fact, today was both a good day and a bad day. I'll tell you about the bad day in a second. But the good came from the fact that I got to help 7 classes in the Cruikshank Library. And while I was working with the 8th graders, my LMA was dealing with Chromebooks. Now, there's no possible way I could have done that, or those kids could have come in the library when Ms. Bird is dealing with Chromebooks. And I stopped to think, next year we're gonna have 6th graders. So we're gonna have 1,000 kids on this campus with one LMA. How are we possibly going to provide books and resources and what these children need with somebody there only 2.5 days a week? It's impossible. Lastly, today was a hard day at many of our schools. Today was the day that 5 teachers were displaced from their school sites, and 2 teachers were moved to a different grade within their same site. In addition, 4 new classes were established. But these changes don't only affect the teachers, they affect the whole site. The teachers, the students, the administration, the support staff, and the parents. Oftentimes, there are tears and a lot of anxiety from both the students and the adults. But this is also the time when staffs come together to welcome new teachers to their campuses, and students are supported in their moves to new classrooms. So though today was hard, I want to remind all of those affected by these changes that we have each other and we will come together to ensure the smoothest transition possible for everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. CSEA President Jason Adams.
Good evening. Just to piggyback on that a little bit, I actually met one of those displaced teachers today who's come into Fremont from Stoll. She wasn't pleased with her position of being moved, but we met her in the office, welcomed her to our site, showed her around, and we're gonna make her feel at home. So she's in good hands. So what I wanna talk about briefly is we did a mini-versity for classified staff for the first time in this district, which is essentially the same as certificated has been getting for quite a while. What is it called? So theirs is the same. So what it is we're actually putting into our people and getting trainings done, offering a wide variety. And from everything that I've heard, it was pretty successful. So thank you to the district for finally recognizing what classified staff needs in this district to be brought up to the same level as our certificated staff here. I hope that continues moving forward and that we can get even more trainings for our classified staff. Speaking of that, you'll hear a presentation later on PlayWorks. As a leader of classified staff, the more training we get for our people, the better. Better we can take care of students, the better we can take care of our staff. It is more of a structured recess for our students. But if they don't want to join that, they still have the option to go run and play around, right? Go get on the jungle gym, whatever they want to do. As a campus security liaison, as a classified employee, that's huge, right? Because now I know that I have groups of students that are being supervised by other adults, which makes my job just a little bit easier when it comes to safety, right? Because I know where they're gonna be. They're gonna be in that game. They're gonna have an adult supervising them. So I hope you guys really pay attention tonight and listen and really consider investing that money into that and into our students moving forward. Also, Restorative Justice League has come on board since the first day of school. I really do believe that that's going to help our campuses. We've had a lot of behavior issues the last few years. And just to have that extra support on site for our staff, whether it's teachers, support staff, whatever it is, I truly feel like if we really get them involved, it's really going to help our students evolve. So I am looking forward to seeing what happens with that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The public is now invited to comment on items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board or a particular agenda item. Topics not on the agenda which are brought to the board's attention may be investigated by the superintendent, and a report may be made to the board either publicly or privately at a future meeting. State law prohibits the board from acting at this meeting on any matter raised during the public comment period. Comments from the members of the public shall not exceed 3 minutes on an item or 20 minutes per item unless a majority of the board waives timelines. The board respects the rights of members of the public to speak to the board regarding matters on the agenda and other matters within the jurisdiction of the board. Looks like we have public speakers. Yeah, please proceed with your comment. State your name and proceed.
Good evening, everyone. My name is John Martinez. I would just like to say thank you, trustees, for giving us the time to come and talk. Once again, my name is John Martinez, and I am a noon duty supervisor at Rivera Elementary School. My coworkers are here with me.
Good evening. My name is Paul Munoz.
Good evening. My name is Elena Subia.
Good evening. My name is Paige Alicia.
We know that Playworks will be on the agenda tonight, and we have here, excuse me, sorry about that. We know that Playworks is on the agenda tonight, and we are here to express our support for it. For as long as I can remember, us supervisors have never been or have any training regarding the activities that were brought forth regarding Playworks. That's not to say that while we're interacting with children that we're not aware of like basketball or kickball or anything like that. It's just kind of like more of hands-on kind of. We just do the best that we can. Playworks will afford us the opportunities to learn about games and activities that are safe, positive, and inclusive for all students. Please consider approving the contract with Playworks. And once again, I'd like to thank all of you for taking the time to hear us out.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening, President, members of the board, and Superintendent Stocking. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Daniel Perez, and I'm the proud principal of Sheehy Elementary. I'm here to advocate board item 8A, Playworks recess implementation. I want to share my personal experience with this program and how it transformed our recess culture in my previous district. Several years ago, I had the privilege of being part of the Playworks implementation at 2 different sites. The process was more than just introducing new games. It was about building a community. We trained our staff on the games, and most importantly, on using positive and inclusive language. We selected 4 core games to have available at every single recess and lunch. The kids always had the option to join in, and there was always an adult facilitating those games. The changes we saw were profound. We experienced a dramatic decrease in aggressive behavior. a noticeable increase in pro-social behavior. The Playworks curriculum teaches kids how to resolve conflicts, which directly addresses one of our most frequent types of incidents as administrators. Recess became a place where students practiced social skills, learned to give each other positive reinforcement, and built an inclusive playground where everyone felt like they belonged. One of the greatest benefits for me was seeing students step into leadership roles. Some kids who were once on the sidelines became the lead facilitators of games, positively governing them and helping their peers work through disagreements. They learned to lead with empathy, a sense of fairness. The structure gave kids who might normally struggle to join an easy way to connect and play with their peers. The training for our staff, including our noon duties, was a huge benefit. They learned to use positive language and new ways to redirect students without resorting to exclusionary practices. It turned moments of misbehavior into valuable learning opportunities. I'll never forget my personal favorite game, 21 football. It's a game that purposely avoids tackling and tagging, which are often actions that get our students into trouble. The rules are simply designed for constant movement and collaboration. Once you catch the football, you can only take 2 steps before you throw it to a teammate. It's a continuous game that keeps everyone engaged until team reaches the end zone, and then the team switch. It gave me a genuine way to just play with students and build relationships. It was my end. I felt like Tom Brady out there. Every day kids would ask me, Mr. Perez, are we playing 21 football? It was a chance for me to connect with them on a different level. I truly believe Playworks program would be a valuable asset to our district. I urge you to consider it. Its positive impact on our students, social emotional development, and our school communities as a whole.
Thank you for your comment.
Good evening. My name is Melissa Shaljean. I'm a kindergarten teacher at Sheehy Elementary. I apologize. It was not my intent to speak tonight. I have sent an email to all the board members with my concern, but arriving here this evening and seeing a colleague who had contacted me today regarding this issue's car at nearly 8 o'clock, still in the parking lot. At this time, I'd like to share the email that I did write this morning. And again, I apologize. I'm not a phone reader, usually paper. So I'm forwarding you the attachment I received this morning in regards to teacher access to school sites on weekends being revoked with only a 3-day notice. I have received multiple calls from upset and frantic colleagues questioning the district's unacceptable decision to revoke our access to our school sites on weekends. I have been a teacher with Merced City School District for 15 years, and since my very first day in the district, I was given an alarm code that was unique to me and allowed to come onto campus on the weekends in order to be better prepared for my students. Never once has there been an issue with an alarm not being armed or any other liability issue caused by me being on campus. I am also confused at the rationale that if an administrator is on campus in their office while I prepare for instruction, somehow the district would be alleviated from their liability. When are we expected to prepare for student instruction? I acknowledge that per our contract, we receive 45 minutes of prep time, but that is simply not adequate enough amount of time to prepare for daily instruction. Oftentimes, there are things that arise throughout the day that must be dealt with during that time. For example, I arrived to school this morning to find that we were having a voluntary staff meeting, and I had a new student starting today. This left me racing to get everything ready for a new kindergarten student after a staff meeting regarding site changes. When am I supposed to prepare for tomorrow? I am unable to stay after school at all this week due to many factors that simply cannot be handled on the weekend. Luckily, I'd been on campus the previous weekend and had done most of my prep work for this week. Never once have I complained about coming into work on the weekends or asked to be compensated in order to be prepared as possible for my students. This situation also leaves me with the question of how our neighboring district, Merced Union High School District, is able to allow their employees access to school sites on the weekend and over the summer without the need for admin supervision. Their teachers can come onto campus, work in their classrooms, and retain possession of their keys over the summer, all accommodations that our district is currently denying our teachers. Are we not as professional or competent as our high school colleagues? Does our district believe that our students do not deserve to have teachers who are prepared as other districts? It is very upsetting to hear that we are one team, but then be told we cannot be trusted alone on our home work site. Our hope is that by reaching out to you, that the district will send this notification and allow us to, however few it might be, have access to our school sites to work on the weekend in order to be better prepared for our students. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Please proceed, state your name and proceed with your comment. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Blessine, and I'm speaking on section 8B.
Very good.
Hi, my name is Blessine. I'm 17 years old, and I'm a senior in high school. I've grown up in Merced, and the one resource that I've grown with is Love, Faith, and Hope. Through Love, Faith, and Hope, I've become a person who speaks up in board meetings and advocates for others, and is very urged to be involved. The first time I spoke in front of a school board was when I was 8 years old. I spoke about funding for minority children and the resources they have. The one resource I had, with this resource, I had the confidence to speak up and believe in myself. Because of the support that I had, I felt like I had a voice that could impact my community. Not only did I speak up in front of a school board at a young age, I also made connections in my community. I connected with people all shapes, sizes, ages, and ethnicities. Some were even from the UC Merced and have been great resources in recent events that I have been through, because I am BSU president at El Capitan High School. And the students have helped me make my BSU more active and involved. I have even met different organization leaders, such as SIA, Southeast Asian Youth Alliance, and RJL, Restorative Justice League. There is so much more that Love, Faith, and Hope can provide, not only for me, but children who may not know of a safe space that they can be supported and grow in. And for adults who want to be a part of a community that can make a change. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. You did a good job.
Hello, my name is Steve Williams. I'm here to speak on Section 8B also. A little bit about me. So I'm a recent high school graduate last year, and now I'm at San Jose State. I'm studying information science. But one thing that helped me decide on my career path was Love, Faith, and Hope. I know one of our major focuses is pathways to success and really thinking about our future. And how important that is to middle school students is that, sure, they get support in classrooms with giving them information like tutoring, but it happens at home with the motivation to do those things or want to do those things. And I think that's why smaller organizations are important, to reach them to do those things that home life isn't doing for them, or supplementing what it can do for them also. So that's why I think Love, Faith, and Hope is a very beneficial program and necessary for underprivileged students everywhere. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Do we have any other in-person comments? Ms. Gates, do we have any callers?
President Lackaretti, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you. We move forward to Section 6 reports. Can I make a quick request here? Do we want to do sections 8, A, B, and C, the educational services? Could we bump it up to this section?
Consent.
Is there a consensus to move it up? No?
I give consent.
I give consent.
Okay.
John?
No, okay, thanks. So we're gonna just hang on for 1 second. We're just gonna move items 8, the educational services item, so that others don't have to wait in line. So 8A, Director of People Services, Dr. Ken Cooper.
Good afternoon. Playworks is a nationally recognized organization that partners with schools to transform recess and other unstructured times into safe, inclusive, engaging environments. Through structured play, conflict resolution, strategies, and adult training, Playworks helps to reduce fighting, reduce bullying, and unsafe behaviors. Professional development, consulting, and coaching is provided through Playworks. It is recommended the Board of Education approve the Playworks recess implementation contract for the 2025-26 school year.
Thank you. Ms. Gates, do we have any callers in the queue?
President Lackaretti, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you. Do we have any in-person comments? Okay, if not, any questions or comments from the board on this item?
So initially, like thinking about this, initially it looks like we're teaching kids how to play, but being part of Dads on Duty and just being on campus, I know every adult that's there during recess gives kids a sense of safety, and every adult that's there on recess, kids are going to gravitate towards that adult in some kind of way. So if by that being said, by them giving a structured recess actually is a wonderful program or idea, because like Jason said, you might have some kids that are playing basketball, some kids are over here, but a lot of kids are going to take to this because, you know, it's structured, and a lot of kids, that's what they're looking for during recess, actually structured play. So I think this is a wonderful program. I look forward to seeing it go through.
Thank you. Any additional questions, any comments? Go ahead.
So it sounds like the program is kind of duplicating what restorative justice is doing as far as behaviors and all that type of stuff. So I'm a little mixed emotioned about the same thing, you know, you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
The same thing is being done, it's just another name, and you're still producing the same thing. So it sounds like, to me, a lot of what I've read was what restorative justice was doing. So I'm kind of on the fence with it.
Dr. Cooper, could you explain to us this? I know we have a quote here. It says recess reboot. Could you explain what recess reboot does and how it's different from restorative justice? And another question I have is, it says adults are going to facilitate games. So is the intention of this program is to provide professional development, correct?
Correct.
But also, is it to, in addition to have an additional adult on the playground? So if you could clarify those things.
Yeah.
So the first question is, how it does differ from restorative justice, and what this professional development is, and what recess reboot is? If you could just give us some information.
Thank you for the opportunity. So while restorative justice does reach out and work on behaviors with our students, it's not a restructuring of play practices. While we want to allow students to get out and play freely, many students are looking for structured recess. They don't even know how to play Foursquare. They don't know the rules of Foursquare, and probably most of us don't know the rules of Foursquare. Restorative justice does not teach structured recess.
So you're saying that once our staff get the training, they will understand how to play the game and help our students play the game?
Yes, and this will directly affect at least 90 of our staff members. That's at all of our elementary schools, in addition to any other staff member that wants to come out during that time and learn these skills. So we'll be able to carry this on by teaching our new duty supervisors how to hold structured recess to engage those students looking for engagement. We have many students who sit out because they simply don't know how to play the game, and they don't know how to get into the game. So that's what this is. It's different from restorative justice because that's looking at students who are struggling, not necessarily just with behaviors, but some behaviors, right? But they're not going to restructure recess.
So going back, so this is a professional development training for how many days at each site?
It's 4 days consecutive at each site, and we're probably going to run 3 or 4 sites at the same time. So they'll be around probably for a month, 2 months at individual elementary schools, so that all of the staff who wants to get trained has the opportunity to get trained. Just like Mr. Adams was saying, we don't offer very much training for our classified staff, in particular for our new duty supervisors.
So this is not a mandatory training.
It's
for
not
all noon duty supervisors?
It's not mandatory for everybody to attend, but our noon duty supervisors, we don't have to make it mandatory. They're looking for something. They're saying, I need something to help me take care of these kids and keep them safe while they're playing. A lot of our discipline issues happen at recess, and they bring those issues into the classroom, which affects the ability to teach the students while they're in the class. So this is going to help us drastically reduce those discipline issues that follow the students in from recess.
But I guess the question that I want to answer it is, I think it's more adults on the playground that also helps, correct? So how are you going to address this additional facilitating person on the playground? Who is going to facilitate the games?
The noon duty supervisors. They're already out there. Each site has about 6 noon duty supervisors on every elementary school site. They're out there, but right now they're just watching the students play unstructured games, which a lot of times it works out, but when it doesn't, it goes bad very fast. So building in those structures with our noon duty supervisors, they'll be the ones watching these structured activities. They're already out there. We don't need to bring in additional, we just need to train them.
So I guess this is from my understanding, how many noon duty supervisors are at every site?
About 6.
Okay.
About 6 at every elementary school
I
site.
didn't know that. So
I'm basing that on
that's what, okay.
Fremont and Charles Wright, but I'm assuming it's pretty close to 6. Some may have more.
There are some head nods that says it's not the case, that we don't have 6 on every site. So that is something.
We can get that information to you.
That would be great. Do you have any questions, Trustee Delgado?
I just, I know that more elementary sites are putting an emphasis on teachers increasing the number of days that they're on yard duty. Is this one more responsibility that will be put on their plates?
This is not a responsibility that would be put on a teacher's plate, but what will happen is the students will learn how to play structured games, and it will make those recesses where teachers are already out there a lot easier to manage, because you're going to have 3 or 4 games going on at the same time that the kids already know the rules. They become leaders in those games. If you know the rules of the games, then you share those, and now your friends who are playing the games will also follow those same rules. So it's not an additional burden put on the teachers. That's actually going to lessen how much supervision they have to do with unstructured students possibly getting into trouble.
Go ahead. And last follow-up, so if I heard Principal Perez, is it Perez? And I apologize.
Yes, it
Okay,
is.
thank you. I just want to make sure. There's an SEL component where kids who might otherwise feel disconnected from school now begin to feel as if they're a part of it by the structure that's offered.
Yes, ma'am. And Mr. Perez was able to have this at 2 different sites prior to coming to our district. So it's not a theory, it's his actual experience at those 2 sites. And as soon as he heard about this program, he's like, oh, I have to talk. I have to talk at the board, because I've seen this in action, and I've seen how dramatically it changes the students going back into the classrooms. So he's not seeing them in the office for squabbles that happen at recess or at lunch recess.
Can I just,
Go ahead.
just based on being on campus during recess, and I know exactly what they're talking about, because you have groups of kids, and then you'll have kids that are standing against the fence that will never play if you don't get them involved. So I would start basketball games, and I tell the kids to come over and they play, and that was the only time that they would play. But after they were done playing, they were so happy going back into the classroom because they had interaction with their peers. So it's not restorative justice. It's just you have an adult on campus during recess that's just teaching them games, just teaching them flag football, basketball, whatever, but it's structured, and that's what a lot of kids are looking for, and that's what, when it comes to recess, that's how we can make our recesses more safe, because now we have kids that are in structured play opposed to these kids over in the corner playing and these kids over in the corner. It's structured play, so they want that, trust me.
I have a couple other follow-up questions. So if each site goes to training, say you said there's 6 noon duty supervisors per site, and what if they all go on the same day? What is a backup plan to provide, supports for how do you replace them when they're doing a 4-day training? What is the plan?
That's great. The new duty supervisors don't leave the campus. This training is done with our new duty supervisors, with our students. It's not separate, excluding our students. In order to do the training properly, you have to have students involved in the training.
So this is not an online training? They're not just sitting in?
No, ma'am, this is in person.
So this, yeah, okay, good.
This is in person, yes.
Okay.
With our staff and with our students.
And so their staff will come onto our campus, train our new duty supervisors with the kids on how to play games for 4 days
Yes,
at every
ma'am.
site.
Yes, ma'am.
And whoever.
Every elementary site.
Every elementary site. And how are you going to vet the person that is going to come onto our site? What type of vetting process does occur? For a PlayWorks employee, what type of background screening will they go through?
Through the same process we use for every contract when somebody comes onto site. It's no different.
Okay, wonderful.
We can also provide that update for you in the WAP for you.
Because this additional questions came up because the original contract had additional steps, and I thought somewhere, but this one, there's only one piece of paper, so that.
We cleaned it up a little bit.
Okay, yes. If there are, just, okay.
So, you know, I'm on the fence with this. So how are you guys planning on giving us feedback on how this is playing out? Because I'm old school. They didn't have to teach us how to play. We got out there and played. So to have to teach somebody to teach kids how to play, I find that very interesting. Not saying that it's not happening, but I find it interesting. So how is the board going to get feedback on how this is playing out?
If the board likes, I could come back each quarter and give you an update on what our discipline data looks like in comparison from last year to this year. But it will take a little bit of time to roll this out, of course. But we're not teaching kids how to play. When we went through COVID, a lot of students shut down and they stood on the sidelines because they didn't know how to get involved. We kept them out for 2 years of getting involved with people. Said, don't go near anybody, don't go near anybody. Now, like Mr. Brooks is saying, I have to say, hey, get in the game. And I'm a coach, so I have to do the same thing. I see kids sitting in the bleachers. I'm like, hey, let's go, get in and play. They're like, oh, no, go play. And I tell, hey, include them in. So we're not teaching them how to play. We're teaching them structures of games so that they can play safe.
So with the structure of the game so they can play safe, how are we going to get the feedback? That's going to be important because, as you know, we've been saying yes to a lot of things that we haven't been too pleased about. So again, I want to know how we're going to get that feedback, and then I'll be looking for it. So if you can let me know how we're going to get that feedback, if it follows through, that would be great.
Yes, ma'am.
Trustee McGutcheon, would you like a quarterly report as part of just to understand how it's working, a quarterly report?
I think that would be good. I think we all need to understand how it's working. So not just for me, but for all the trustees.
Say that again.
Consensus.
Yeah, so is there a consensus from the board that we would all like the quarterly report on how it's going?
Yes, ma'am, not a
Okay.
problem.
Okay, so if there are no additional questions.
I do want to add something. And could we have feedback from the actual
New duty
supervisor that are being trained?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so training, we want, at the quarterly reports, we want to hear from new duty supervisors and also understand how it's coming along and if there are any behavior issues and how engagement is happening with students, so.
Yeah, perfect, no
All right, I
problem.
think everyone's taking notes. I see no additional questions or comments. I will entertain a motion. Is a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion by trustee Brooks. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by trustee Zhang. All those in favor? Aye. Nays have the same right. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. 8B, Love, Faith, and Hope 2025-26 contract. Director of State and Federal Programs, Mr. Aaron Alexander.
Good evening, trustees and executive cabinet. Love, Faith, Hope will offer post-secondary education opportunities through Pathways to Success for K-12 education with an emphasis on middle school students. They'll strategically implement a pipeline of support between community and school partnerships, community colleges, universities, and community business partnerships. The vision of the mentorship wraparound is to offer weekly pathways to success opportunities for up to 40 students from Merced City School District It is recommended that the Board of Education approve the contract with Love, Faith, and Hope for the 2025-26 school year.
Thank you. Ms. Gates, do we have any callers in the queue for public comments for this item?
President Lackaretti, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you. Do we have any in-person comments for this item? Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me join you. My name is Monique Williams. I've been with the state of California for 24 years. I've been married 30 years. I have 4 children, and I did get married very young. I would always come up and speak for Love, Faith, Hope, because when I moved to Merced 18 years ago from Arizona, my children were 2, 3, 11, and 7. And Tanique Williams, who just spoke, was the 2-year-old. She was the baby of the group. I really, if I could say anything about Love, Faith, and Hope, I hope that you guys unanimously approve it, because I have observed Love, Faith, and Hope pour into all these other approved agencies for the whole time I've been here. I've watched them pull Love, Faith, and Hope over to their area. Show us what you know. And they show them happily, and then they get approved, and then Love, Faith, and Hope is sitting up making things happen on their own. They've been doing it for a long time. The thing I wanted to say specifically is that 2-year-old who has been with Love, Faith, and Hope since we moved here and exposed to conferences, colleges, programs. I mean, they do so much for the children, and I just trusted my children with them. My husband was like, okay, so we trusted our children with them. And that 2-year-old got her college degree when she was 18 years old from Merced College, and she went through our school systems here. And now she did just transfer to San Jose State, but she graduates at 19 with a bachelor's. She's a mathematics, and I mean, she told her little story. But we also have a 20-year-old. I'm sorry? Yeah, she told her little story, but she got some more big things to do. We still little. So anyhow, I just wanted to tell you that my 20-year-old is right now at San Francisco State. She's been working with Love, Faith, and Hope since she was 3 years old, and just being exposed to all the wonderful things in the community, the things that no one will talk about when people are pulling up to your house when I'm on my way to work. I'm on my way to work. I've been at my job 24 years. I did not have time to do these things that Love, Faith, and Hope did for my children, but they were taking them to the police department and, you know, to the neighborhood things that happen within the community. And then I would come home late and my kids would tell me the things that they were doing all these years with Love, Faith, and Hope. So my 20-year-old is at San Francisco State. She's in her 3rd year. She's going to be an OBGYN. And she grew up in this community. She went to Merced City School District, and she's been exposed to Love, Faith, and Hope this whole time. And Love, Faith, and Hope works the children. You know, one of the things I enjoy for the times I did get to participate is that the children walk in and they introduce themselves and they tell you what they want to be. Okay, does that mean I can't talk anymore? I'll give you like 2 more. But I just want to tell you that I have a 32-year-old daughter who started out with Love, Faith, and Hope, and she ended up in law enforcement. And my 28-year-old son also, he was, you know, Love, Faith, and Hope assisted with the football and all the things that were going on and made sure, you know, the kids could get to where they needed to go. And he's Fresno PD. He just got sworn in about 3 weeks ago. And I really am grateful for community programs. And I think we should pour our money into the people who have been doing the work. We're not looking for them to do the work. They've been doing it. We have to pour our money into them. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any questions or comments from the board? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Trustee Brooks. Is there a second? Second by Trustee McCutcheon. All those in favor? Aye. Nays have the same right.
Thank you.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Item C, approves City of Merced School Resource Officer Agreement 2025-28 MOU. Director of Pupil Services, Dr. Cooper. Welcome back.
I'm back again. One more. This is just an amendment due to salary negotiations for our SROs. The difference between the original and the amended contract is $9,600 $67.26. Back when this was approved, we knew that MPD was in negotiations. We didn't know the final amount. This is just for the difference, the amended amount. It is recommended that the Board of Education approve the School Resource Officers Agreement.
Thank you. Ms. Gates, do we have any callers in the queue?
President Lackaretti, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you. Do we have any in-person comments? Go ahead. Please step up to the podium, state your name, and make your comment.
Good evening. I'm Angela Welch Lara, and 26 years Merced City School District and 25 years Alicia Reyes. And yes, thank you, Mr. Alexander did a good job of helping with that about sports at the time when he was there in 2017 when I did retire. However, now that I'm back and I've been here for over 3 years, it seems that I have to go help my granddaughter fight something about being that we're so strong that we bent the fence, and I'm not quite sure. As an educator, to have to come back to go fight my granddaughter's rights. The first one is 8 years old. She's going through the system. I'm thankful that we have her on IEP. She doesn't walk nor talk, and I had to prove her rights. We haven't been able to do that. I've been complaining since 3 years old. She will be 8 by this November. Physical therapy has been limited. Now we're better. This one will be 18. They say that she was at the pool. They allowed them to leave McNamara. Remember, I was actually, my ex at the time was the lifeguard, scuba diver, and had his own swim team. He gave back $12 to the swim team, so he was actually fired. The granddaughter now is being told that she is under arrest because they left the pool area, went to Tenaya. 4 of them were walking. The adult was not taken. The 2 minor girls were. One of them is my granddaughter. That will be June 8th.
Is this your comment about
the police officers?
Yes, okay,
It is, because it is about, because profiling since 2022, and the parents asked me to translate when I went to the SSC meeting, when I went for 3 months to Alicia Reyes. I love the opportunity, have provided the service. Now, I'm still not an account clerk, and yes, I'm an educator. When you take 85% and strip tenured credential, and then I have to keep coming back, that's not very helpful, this 3rd time. Last time was October 24th, or 2024, when they were told to step down. So yes, this will be by June 8th, have to go defend her rights in court on courtroom 11, I believe. I'm not sure about the time, where am I at? 31 minutes.
1 minute and a half.
And so I am an educator, and Mrs. Morris is protesting her own unconstitutional behaviors at the park. And at the time, she was taking me dragging, kicking, and screaming, telling me I was not an educator in 2011, and I had to translate that. When the parents asked me to translate, I will translate all of it. Not only what they asked me to say, stop profiling us in 2022. So it went from the school being the bad, because they told me to say out loud, the East Coast, that's Virginia, Jamestown, Virginia, and Connecticut, because they bought Foster Farms. They asked me, would you please? And I'm saying, are you sure? Because that doesn't sound good. If I am the retiree that I came to fight for my human rights, because I'm told I'm between unions, and I have spoken out, they say I have no rights. So I'm translating for the parents at the time. That's in 2022, stop profiling us. So when I said that, I had to say those other things. I was told I'm being dragged, kicked, and screamed in that time to 4th grade. Now, not an educator. I don't want to have to show up over there and fight for rights, because McNamara has a big giant hole on that one area, and if I'm holding the camera and pull on that, it just falls off. So I did take pictures attached to the back of my class, or actually should I say, the mobile home I'm driving. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment.
Should not be happy with my, that you're listening, please don't have to do. You're angry at me, I understand, but don't take it out on grandchildren.
Thank you for your comment. Okay. Going back to, do we have any questions or comments from the board? Okay, go ahead, Trustee Jean.
Yes, 2 questions actually. Number 1 is, I didn't look at this, but I looked at almost $500,000 in each year is 3 years contract. And number 2, I just want to find out what funds are taken out for the resource center. I mean, if it's LCAP, then that's something I have a problem with. But if it's other grant in that we could subsidize, I'm all for it. So
It is a supplemental concentration grants.
It is a LCAP?
It's not part of LCAP. It is part of LCAP.
Yeah, I don't think that's right, because I just think that LCAP is supplemental concentration grant for specific categories and not for general use, so I'm totally against that. Just wanted to-
Okay. I do have a question. So at the June 24th meeting, I recall bringing this issue up because the contract did say they were getting a 4% increase in 2025-26 and an additional 4% increase in 26-27. But the updated contract took away that language. This was in section 2.3, I think. Yeah, I wonder why that information was removed. And I also checked the MOU with the high school district, and on it, it very clearly states on May 31st of the year that they will receive an updated salary information from the city. And I think I'd like to see that addition to our contract as well. If you can go ahead and check the MUHSD's MOU with the city, because, I mean, at the last board, on June 24th, this is exactly what issue I brought up.
Yes, ma'am, and I remember that. I wasn't in this position then, but I do remember that they were negotiating at the time, and I think the difference in this is about 3%. And probably since they had 4% on there, they didn't want to leave it at 4% when it was actually at much closer to 3%.
Oh, that's great.
So, but I do agree, why wouldn't we know ahead of time? But the negotiations took longer than they expected, and that's why they didn't have that answer for you at that board meeting. And this is just merely for the difference. This is an amendment, not for the whole contract.
Yeah, I understand that, but like, I'd like to see for the next year's contract, if we say by May 30, I mean, you can go and look at the MUHSD's MOU, it clearly states that by May 31st of the year for the following year's contract, they will have the most updated information. So when you come back to us, so you're not going to come back to us until 29 now, right? Because are we approving this for 3 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, so this is not a yearly.
But I will bring it to you at a proper time.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have any additional questions? Go ahead.
So one of the questions that I had asked and received a response to was the process by which the officers are selected. And I understand that they are bound by a CBA, collective bargaining agreement. But I think one of the things that I would like to see happen in the negotiation process in the future is that the officers are interviewed to make sure that they're a good fit for the culture of the schools in which they'll be serving. Because just placing officers there because of their standing isn't a guarantee that they're going to be a great fit or have the ability to connect with our students. And if we're going to go back to the idea of community building, right, then that should be something they bring, that skill set.
Yes, ma'am.
I also looked at their, why is this moving? This keeps moving. Sorry, we need to lock it. I'm going to lock it up. That this is a step 6 officer, and there are 6 steps. So we're getting an officer with the most years on service, or they also have the most experience with the students?
Yes, ma'am. They have the most experience and the most experience in the field. Most of their job is to make student relationships. 95% of their day is making student relationships. And these officers were selected because of their skills in that area. If you go onto a campus and shadow an SRO, you'd be surprised how many contacts and how many kids come up to them and talk to them and tell them, hey, this is what's going on. And they're able to distinguish a lot of issues that would come up just by their presence. But mainly it's those relationships that they build. I remember at Tenaya, I would walk around with Officer Price, and we would walk around campus, and kids would just come up to him and say, hey, how you doing, this and that. And they would also get interested in the career. It's a different career field that maybe they only saw a negative aspect of. So they are the most experienced that we have with kids, especially the ones we have now, because they've been doing it. They've been doing it for us for a while.
And I have a question based off of what Trustee Zhang had asked. Could we not use the other, do you, say that again?
Well, the supplemental
Can you turn on-
concentration grant, it's part of LCAPS, and it's not that I don't support resource officers in the campus. I love them more. They're invisible. They're hanging out with our kids, providing positive, enforcement. That's all great. I'm just having the idea of using LCAP dollars to pay for all the expensive, it's just not something that I'm ready to move forward with. I think it's important to find some other revenue to move forward with the resource officer. It's not the implementation of the officer, it's the grant. I'm a little hesitant on that.
Can you remind us if on the June 24th also it was the same budget source? It was. So this is just an amendment, Trustee Zhang, so yes, yeah, we did pass the contract on June 24th.
Can I ask for a clarification? Is within our LCAP is the plan, we have an LCFF funding formula. We have our general funds, which we describe as the base, and then we have our supplemental concentration funds, which are in addition to that. Is what you're recommending, Nanzia, that we use the supplemental concentration funds and not the base?
Well, any part.
Can you please turn on your microphone?
Yeah, I think it's important, just for me at least, all the base or concentration should go to the students, period.
Direct
That doesn't matter
support
what
to site.
it is, yeah.
Okay.
But I think that we have other grants that are coming in, like the vendor, where spent almost $6 million out there. I think within a 3-year contract, it's a long time. So when I looked at $500,000 going to this for 2 officers, we have to pay benefits and everything. If you looked at that, that's very expensive, but we get top dollar for what we pay for. I just want to make sure that the top dollars we're paying for out of some other pockets and not our children's money, that's all. I don't know if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Because just piggybacking off Trustee, LCAP funds are earmarked for specific things, right? And for specific groups. The LCAP money is for specific groups to rise in education. So if we're using the LCAP funds to fund police, how are we using that same money to rise up in these specific groups that the LCAP funding is for?
We did approve this contract on the 24th, and this is an amendment, so I just want to remind everybody of that. But go ahead, Trustee McCutcheon.
So I guess my question is, where in the LCAP does this fall under?
Probably LCAP Goal 4. Our underprivileged students, 2, 4.
Campus safety.
Safety. We can look at funding in the future. I hear that's what you guys want. We can look at funding for the future and see if there's another source.
Yeah, it could the communities grant that we got, the schools partnership, is that spoken for already?
We'll explore
perfect.
different revenue sources as funding this in the future.
Okay.
And then we'll get you the information for exactly what component this is described in the LCAP to fund this.
Yeah, and like I said, we already approved this on the 24th. There was the 3 of us that day, and we didn't have the 2 members, so this was already approved. This is an amendment.
So even with the amendment, I think it's important to remember that that's why we should be here, because everybody plays a very important role. So in saying that, if you'd have probably been here, it probably wouldn't have.
No, he was here. It was the 2 of you that weren't there.
Oh, okay, so I wasn't here. Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah, so I see there any other additional questions or comments, and you'll look into the funding source and see if
Yes,
you
we're
can
gonna
use,
follow up with
because you
the
can move it,
partners.
right? You can move the funding,
We're
okay.
going to look into that.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Do we have okay, go ahead.
Good evening, board.
Good evening.
Hate to have to come up here and speak with you guys, but you guys did approve this on June 24th, and I spoke out and let you guys know that we should reconsider policing children in the school district. So now we have a discrepancy amongst various trustees who are questioning an amendment, but this has already been approved. So I think that we should go back to the drawing board, start to really analyze and think about the things that we just approved. Because sometimes I notice that you guys are kind of set up for failure. You have about 10 items to approve and you don't thoroughly get to go through them. And some things are just placed on your lap right at the time of the meeting. That's unfair for you guys. So I would say, be patient. Sometimes if you have to call a thing back up later until you thoroughly analyze it, it would be greatly appreciated. Because like was stated here, that LCAP money is for marginalized groups to uplift groups that are already falling between gaps. And now we're funding it police with funding police with those funds, I think you guys just really have to go back to the drawing board, really think about what you guys are doing. Think about the community that you're affecting. And that's what I have.
Thank you for your comment. I see no other additional questions or comments. I'll entertain a motion. Again, just like to remind we
So move.
a motion by trustee Brooks.
With the stipulation that they look.
Yes, yes. I see a motion to approve with a stipulation or condition to move the funding to a different stream.
Second.
Okay, you look into that.
We'll look into that.
And there's a second by,
With that stipulation.
okay, by trustee Delgado. Let's do a roll call vote.
Trustee Zhang,
Yes, with that condition.
trustee Brooks,
Yes.
trustee McCutcheon,
Yes.
trustee Delgado, yes, trustee Lacqueretti.
Yes, motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Dr. Cooper. Now we go back to our reports. Thank you for agreeing to move things around. We go back.
Pardon me, you went a little bit fast. I was hoping to make a comment, but shouldn't
Ma'am,
it be
this
part of
is
the
not-
training of the officers? Or
Ma'am.
that maybe the neighborhood watch or the McGruff, that type of program?
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. You can send us an email to the board or come back to the next board meeting. Thank you. Sorry. We're item 6, Facilities Report, Director of Facilities, Mr. Brian Bain.
Good evening, Madam President and trustees. Thank you for the opportunity to come here tonight and present an update. It's a rather extensive update with a lot of information. I'll try and get through it. If at the end you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Let me know what your thoughts are, and we can have a nice little interaction. So if we go to the next slide, please. These are our current fund balances as of about 10 days ago for all of our different facilities funds. Budgeted so far in 25-26 fiscal year, we have a little over $14 million budgeted towards improvement projects. Just know that that will go up as projects move along through the process. So as we start bidding projects out and awarding those bids, those projects, those budget amount will go up as well. That is out of our $64.8 million that we have available now that we have our first batch of Measure O dollars that came through from our sale earlier this year. And so we right now have an unencumbered amount of about just a little over $50.5 million for facilities projects. The next slide shows estimated revenue cash flow dollars. And these are just rough estimates. They're nothing set in stone. Hopefully they're a little conservative. But what's that showing is over the next 5 years, we anticipate another $62 million coming in through state reimbursements, additional bond sales, and interest and other revenues that we collect. Those other revenues would be, I'm blanking around, developer fees, et cetera, would be some of those other cash flows or other revenues and cash flow rate increases, sorry. Looking at my notes.
So can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
So are you saying that right now we have 50 million, but by 2030, you think that total is going to be 62 million?
We have an additional 62 million coming in potentially
Additional 62?
over the next 5
So
years.
it's
correct.
50 plus 62?
Correct, so it'd be about a little over, we'll get to that next slide coming up here, or that slide's coming up to show you. In fact, if we go to that next slide, it talks about our equity calculations. So looking at that, the current fund balance of 50 million plus the 5-year projection of 62 gets us to $112.7 million that we have eligible in the next 5 years for spending. Looking at our school site improvement numbers that we did from our facility master plan, we're looking at about $857 million of needed improvements. Gets us to where we have about 13% of funds needed to reach that goal. So what the equity calculations are on this slide show that if we did 13.1% of the improvements for each school site, it gives us a dollar amount that each school would receive in order to have that current, or that 13.1% of their needed improvements. Please keep in mind, though, that these numbers aren't set in stone, whereas, for example, we have some schools like Franklin that have had a lot of improvements done the last few years and so forth, so we could, if we needed to do other improvements at other school sites, take some of that Franklin percentage and give that to other school sites to help bring them up to a higher standard as well. Just knowing that, if we've done, over $20 million of improvements to that site in the last 3 years, that they may not necessarily need the funding that they have set there. The next slide shows our project funding that is budgeted currently for the 25-26 school year. And what this does is this shows how we multi-fund projects, or how different things, different funds are used for different types of work. For example, looking at Franklin Phase 3, we have quite a few different funding sources because portions of those projects are eligible for funding through these different resources. Where then if we go down to like the temporary portable project that we just wrapped up to start the school year, that funding came from developer fees because that was a result of the impact of development, increasing the number of students enrolled in our school district. So that's why those funds are eligible there. Yeah.
Can I ask a quick question here? Who came up with this list? Was it a part of the facilities?
Yes, so some of these have been part of the facilities master plan since last year. Some of them came up after the boundary adjustments. We needed to do the temporary portables. The Tenai sports fields came up due to a need that was assessed, or that was addressed from a complaint that came up in the past. So as we knew when we adopted that facilities master plan, it was a living document, and the projects are going to evolve and the needs are going to change. And so that's why we redo those things every 4 to 5 years to make sure that our project lists remain current and our goals stay the same, or stay where they need to be. The next slide shows that of these projects that we currently have budgeted that we're working on, we are eligible for an approximately 39% return on our investment from the state due to modernization dollars that we're eligible for. So in these projects that we have, there are $44 million going out. In the next 3 to 4 years, we could be getting a potential $17.3 million coming back in that we can use to reinvest into our district facility projects. So it's nice to know that those projects that we do have the reimbursements for, we do those so we can get more funds to reinvest into our district facilities. The next slide is a chart that we had shared with you before the fall 2024 election. This shows the assessed valuation of property, or the property taxes associated with current school bonds that we had. So on the far left, you see the green marker. Right next to that, you show that if our bond passed, it shows 3 different color blue. That's the impact for each of the measures, Measure S, Measure M, and Measure O on our local property taxes. The green bar on the left actually shows what the value was before the bond passed. Now you look, why is it so much lower even though the bar's there? Because our district is in a unique situation where we're adding homes, our property values are going up, and so the actual impact on the homeowners is less than what the potential could be. So for example, when Measure O passed, we know that our payback amount is going to estimate to be about $5.5 million each year. So that's what we need to collect from the property owners. So once we take in the assessed valuation and assess those property taxes out, we cannot bring in more than we pay out. So the actual assessment on the property owners was less than the $30 per 100,000. So moving forward, what I want to really pay attention to on this one, though, is if you look at 2030, the dark blue drops off. That's when Measure S from 2003 drops off our tax reels. So looking at past practices and future planning, that would be a good time for the district to consider going out for another bond measure. Because so far, our constituents have shown that they are comfortable with having 3 bond measures on their tax reel. If we let that drop off to where we're 2, it's going to be hard to get that 3rd one put back on. So the timing would be good to look at in 2030 to go out for another bond measure to replace that one on the tax reel. The next slide shows what that would look like. And talking with our financial consultants, if we did go for a bond measure in 2030, if it were to be approved, it would be an estimated, at this point in time, $95 million going towards our facility improvements, in addition to the current Measure O dollars that we just had. So that's where we talked about having $112 million. This, over the next 5 years from there, would add another $95 million into that pool. So just looking at our long-term planning, that might be a strategy you want to look at moving forward. The next slide, I just want to talk about ELOP funds. I know that a lot of people have a lot of concerns over those, but I do want to show and point out the good that the ELOP funds have been doing to district facility projects. For example, they've been used for Stoll outdoor shade structures, Franklin modernization. We are earmarking them for Tenai sports fields and, of course, the ELOP Center. That's being because these projects will be utilized by students after school hours during non-traditional education times. Therefore, those dollars can be used to spread into our facility programs and eligible projects. We continue to consult with Director Alexander to determine funding availability for each project as we move forward, so we can make sure that what we have in mind meets their needs, so we can utilize some of those projects as well. And we anticipate at the end of this fiscal year having invested over $12 million of ELOP funds into district facilities. I'd like to do some updates on some existing projects that we have. The next slide is Franklin Phase 3. So in May, Trustee Zhang came out and joined us for a groundbreaking ceremony. Then on June 9th, we did our lead and asbestos abatements. And on June 10th, the next day, demolition began. If anyone's been out there lately, it looks like a completely different school. There's a big open area in the middle where the new classroom wings are to be installed. We actually, this past Saturday, came out and poured foundations and footings. We'll be doing the RATS lab this weekend coming up. And actually, the first week in September, they will start placing the first wing of buildings in. So it's a very exciting time. So if anyone wants to come take a look, please let me know. I'll definitely make sure I get you out there. We're looking for early November, the first wing to be completed, and the second wing is about a month behind that. So we can start looking at getting students into those classrooms, by the end of this calendar year, hopefully, as long as weather cooperates and things go on the same schedule that they are. We're looking sometime between early next year, the project being complete. The next slide just shows some photos. On the left side, you see the classroom buildings that are being built off-site. They're actually started showing up today. They're delivering those on-site so they can place them in the next couple of weeks. And then you can see the empty space where the former classrooms were and the new ones are going to be put in. The next project I want to update on is the ELOP Center, 26th and K Street. It's currently in DSA review. It's been there since early July, so we hope to, in early November, get some good feedback from them, get the approval, so we can be out to bid by the end of this year and hopefully start construction early next year on that project. It will eventually be the home for our MAR staff and our FERC program, as well as a multitude of other opportunities for our students. The next slide is Tenaya Sports Fields. It is also in DSA review. Estimated approval in November as well. It's a couple weeks behind the process of the ELOP Center. And so very similar timeline, hopefully be bidding it out by the end of this year with construction start early 2026. The next slide we'll talk about is our next project is the PDC conversion to CDS. As you guys know, PDC moved out to the new operations center, leaving this room open. So we approved the project to move forward with converting that process to community day school, which will allow us room at Crookshank for additional students to come in next fall. The modernization planning is going well. We worked with Dr. Cooper since he took over in his new position. So we made some modifications to the plan to make sure that the facilities will meet the needs of the program as he envisions them. And so we get that out there. We hope to be in DSA review in November on that one. And the next slide is going to talk about a non-traditional delivery timing, because we are kind of trying to get this one done quickly so that it's ready to go for next school year. So the sequence that we're doing is a little bit different. Typically, we get the DSA approval, and then we go out to bid, and it takes about 2 months by the time that bid gets brought in. We go through it, bring it to the board for approval. So we're going to do a different sequence this time. It's a little bit non-traditional, where we actually bid the project. When it's halfway through DSA review, we've got their first set of comments. We bring it to you guys. We get the bids out to you based on what's been approved. We have a chance to have reviewed their comments and gotten back to them. So hopefully everything's resolved by then. We take the bids, bring them to you. You guys say, okay, this looks good, but we're not going to authorize the superintendent to sign them until we get the DSA review back. Once the DSA review comes back, superintendent signs the documents, we issue the notice of award on the same day, and they can be on site a lot quicker than waiting the 2 months after that review time. So it'll really help us get this one going. It's not traditional, and in this instance, it works for us. The next project we're talking about is actually 3 projects. It's our fencing upgrades at Hoover, Fremont, and Muir Elementary. We're working right now with our design firm, and we're actually going to be taking those plans to DSA later, probably in about 3 weeks. They'll be up there and looking to do a permit over the counter so we can get those projects out to bid this fall, and we can get those starting to work, get those that work started to move. The next project we're talking about is our Peterson modernization. Just a real quick breakdown of what we're looking at over there is the improvements to classroom amenities, flooring, casework, electrical, campus safety, and office improvements. The goal is to bring the campus up to more of the standards set by the district and check a lot of the boxes that we can on that facility master plan that we approved last summer. The next project is the Stoll modernization. A lot of the same intentions to bring that project or that campus up to standard, knowing that we have a lot more work to do there. So our design firm is actually still going through and peeling back the layers of the onion to see what we can do for an estimated amount. They keep trying to say, well, how far can we go? How far can we go? I finally told them, tell me what I can get for $12 million, and then we can start going from there if we need to add to or take away from the scope. So they're working on that, and they should have something back to me shortly so we can have some, a good plan of the scope of work that we're going to be addressing there. The next 3 projects are going to be for down the road when we do our next round of bond sales for Measure O. We're talking about modernization at Reyes Elementary. We're looking to do improvements to roofing, lighting, air conditioning, casework, ceilings, flooring, windows. So a typical revamp of the school site. And then same thing, the next slide would be at Gracie, a lot of the same concerns. Gracie, Reyes, and Peterson will probably have a lot of the same work. They have similar designs. They were done right around the same time. So they will probably have quite a bit of the same scope of work involved. And then the last one we're going to talk about is Crookshank Middle School. Being that it is a middle school, there could be a lot of that same type of work, but we look at potential field improvements as well due to the middle school athletics that are involved. And again, that's one that would be done with the future bond sale, whether it be in 2027 or 2029. Let's see. One issue that we've been dealing with a lot, facilities is, well, our site leaders are very motivated. They go out and they work and try and procure a lot of items. And they say, oh, I got this donated, I just need it put in. Well, that just getting it put in adds up to quite a significant amount. So for example, so they say, oh, we got a marquee, someone wants to just give us this marquee. Well, that free marquee costs us about $25,000 to install. The projector and screen that we just put up at Rivera Middle School was $48,000 for installation. And so a lot of these things, what we just want to bring out is they impact our cash flow. So we want to encourage our site leaders to work with us when these things, opportunities come up, so that we can make sure that we have the proper cash flow to handle any of this on our end, or see if this is something that we can look at including in a future budget year. One thing I do want to try and do tonight is identify board priorities. We have a lot of projects. I'm sorry? Yeah, during our discussion, we want to have this discussion, is identify what some of your priorities are. Initially this was going to be a board workshop item where it's going to be a lot more interactive. And so, but what we want to do is, hear what you guys are hearing, hear what some of the projects are that you guys want. One thing that got brought up to me that I used for an example with our board facility subcommittee, and Trustee Delgado was there, was kindergarten restrooms at Reyes Elementary. There are none by the playground. So when these kids need to go to the restroom, they have to go into the corridor, around the corner, around the hall. And so these types of things that if there's some that you're aware of that we can kind of knock out and tackle with some of that equity allocation that we were talking about on some of those projects, we can look at doing so. Knowing that it does take a while, so it may take some planning, may take a year to get that project done. If we start now, then we can start including those things in our budgets moving forward, just to keep in mind. And then one thing that the next slide talks about is our outdoor learning shelters. I know that's one thing that has come up at multiple times at our meetings when you guys on your site visits. So what I wanted to do is just list to you where the sites are that have those currently, where the ones are that may have solar panels but no actual shade structure, just so you can see where you are and get some feedback as to where we should tackle next. I know Trustee Delgado has had students at Fremont come talk to her about it because they have neither shade structure nor solar panels there. So just want to bring that up and make you guys aware, so when we have our discussion, we can kind of tackle some of these things, maybe check some boxes for you. So with that, I'd like to turn the floor to you guys, get some discussion, see where we are, try to get through this relatively quickly for you, so we keep the meeting moving, but definitely look forward to feedback. So.
Great. This is a very thorough presentation, a lot of information. As we're thinking about what questions we have and who wants to go first, I see we have a lot of principals sitting here in the back and teachers, and this is not the most riveting part of the board meeting, and I would say if they need permission to leave or such, they should leave, and we can engage in our conversations. But again, I'm just leaving it up to the. I don't know. I mean, they're all sitting here. I don't know if they're required to sit here or. I don't know. I'm just want to advocate for our folks who are here who may. I don't know. Okay. So again, just saying, I don't know if they need anybody's approval or not, or just saying, because, so as we're thinking, is there anybody like racing to ask these questions? If not, okay, there you go. We have Trustee Delgado, go ahead.
So mine does circle back to Fremont and its lack of access to shade. At the same time at Fremont, Mr. Cromar runs an incredible program after school for choir and for performing arts. Having seen their performance where a lot of people were crammed into the cafeteria, I was wondering what feasibility existed to use ELOP funds to create a space outdoors that simultaneously provides them performing arts area as well as shade. So that's just something that I would like if we could look into that.
Yeah, definitely, we can look into that. I'll give us, Director Alexander, we'll see what some options are.
I guess my thoughts are, I mean, you're asking us, a lot of, when I go to sites, they don't really speak on stuff like that. We mainly talk about the children, but I think the principal and the staff and the students would be able to tell you more about what the priorities are. So that's probably where you should actually start from, is those guys. Because I could tell you I want the moon fixed, but that's not really the priority. Does that make sense?
It does, and Director Williams and I are going to be going out to school sites and talking to site leaders as well, but just wanted to, because you guys are the eyes and ears from the community as well, see if there's anything that has come to your attention that you want to make us aware of. So,
okay.
Thank you.
We have Trustee Zhang.
Yeah,
and
I
then
just want to
Trustee-
say, this is a great report. I also had the opportunity to serve in bond, and getting new money is great for our school district. But I think most importantly, getting our old school to get it modernized, I think that's something I like to see. And the sites of Franklin, getting new playground and all this stuff were great. Can't wait until it's done. My biggest concern at Franklin, since I represent that area, is how do we really making sure that, like parents dropping off kids, it has been 10, 20 years concern in our residents over there. How are we going to work with the city or county at least to address, the parking issues at Franklin? And I think that's probably almost every school, right? So, but I think this is a terrible, terrible plan. How do we begin to address that? Because my kids grew up and now they're in college, and we still haven't fixed that. And that's something that I'm really dear to my heart, and that I need to make sure we address the traffic congestion, the traffic dropping off. It doesn't matter if we have a beautiful facility, the parents are angry coming in, they're not supporting we're not creating an environment where parents are really dropping their kids in a positive way. As a parent, I've been there. I see parents are just getting middle finger to each other because of driving. And CHP is giving citation to all the parents who come in and do illegal turns. And as a parent, I am just looking there and knocking my head. And I think that we should do better in that. And I think we need to come up with some strategy. How do we make a better road or traffic to Franklin? Even Stephanie is good, but I think other old school like Franklin and some of the school that I've been to, like Rivera, it just like congestion, complain. So.
Yeah, no, we agree with you 100%. Drop-offs are difficult as well as pickups at our locations. Anytime you bring that many students and vehicles to one location at one time, it does tend to back up for a good part of a half hour or so. When it comes to the Franklin situation, just so you know, we did meet with CHP back in, I want to say July, and we have a meeting actually later this week with CHP and the county representatives to talk about what we can do. CHP brought some recommendations to the meeting. We did reopen this year the back gate for foot traffic from B&B to Franklin Elementary Schools. That has helped alleviate some of the traffic, but there are some things as far as signage on Franklin Road, some of these other things that are they're designed to help keep traffic flowing that have not necessarily been followed, which causes disruptions. But we're looking to work with the county and CHP to see what we can do. Now, just keep in mind, a lot of these things do take time. They have to go through, different committees and levels of approval and so forth before they get to the council or the board of supervisors. But it is something we are working with the engineering department to look at the process and hopefully address some of that sooner rather than later, hopefully we can have an update for you.
Go ahead, Trustee Brooks.
Director Bain, thank you for all that you do. I sit on the facilities committee, so I kind of can see all the work that you do, so I really appreciate it.
Okay, I have a couple questions. When we're looking at this equity calculation, what information do you use to how did you come up with this like 13.1%, and what criteria did you use for equity calculations?
Okay, so we came up with a 13.1%. If we can go back that slide, Jeremy. The 13.1% is simply the 50.6 million that we currently have in our fund balance added to the 62.07 that we are anticipating over the next 5 years. That total is 112,759,587. We divided that number by the number addressed in our facilities master plan for school site improvements, which was the 857,996,123, and came up with we will have the 13.1% of the funding to do that work.
So it's not really an equity, it's like an equal.
It's an equal distribution based on their needs, so we're addressing the same percentage of need at each school site. So it's.
So when I look at equity, I would say like if we're looking at, say, Peterson and Stoll that are on the list, I would say from an equity perspective, Stoll would need more than Peterson, just based on visiting those school sites, right? So I just want to understand this was just an equal distribution based on the number of sites.
I can help speak to that if it's okay.
Just one moment, thank
Yep.
you. But you did mention that you would be open to pulling funds, like you had mentioned with Franklin, that if
Absolutely.
funds are needed to be pulled from one site. So is this more to let us know what that would look like if it was just across
This is
the
just
board?
in a perfect world where every school was at the
Right.
same level.
Yes.
This would be kind of a, 13.1% of your need is this much, but some of the schools' needs are a lot less than others, so their 13.1% is less than the others.
So for me, it's like more like an equal, so the word equity would apply like different, like I would use it, yeah, so that's why I was confused, so.
Yeah, different connotations for equity. Yeah.
So the criteria is, we have this much money, so do you want to add anything?
I will.
Yeah.
The equity component has to do, if you'll notice, then those parameters for what each school needs is different in terms of how that funding is used. So for example, we look at equity at one site, they might already have a shade structure, so they don't need that for their plan. So it's taking into account.
So the school gets to decide how they spend or where the need is.
Recommendation, they did their preliminary assessment in the facilities master plan, and that was based on safety, program, technology. There was, I believe, a criteria of 4 to 5, and we can put that in the WOB again for you.
Yeah, that would be great.
And that is the criteria, I believe, that you're asking for.
Yes.
And then that's the discretion, so each school gets what they need. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that we approved like this facilities master plan last year, but needs change 2 years ago. Okay, so, and as I'm looking at, based on what you presented, and I'm looking at, asking for another bond measure in 2030, but the 2014 Measure M, we still have $6.7 million left. So in 10 years, if you still have, after, like, now we're like almost 11 years, we still have $6 million left. When we go out and ask for more, how do we ensure to the public that, yes, we're getting this money and we're spending it in a timely?
Keep approving my invoices, it'll get spent. No, and
Say that
that's
again?
what- say, keep approving my invoices.
Oh, okay.
No, but in all
We
honesty-
do.
No, but in all honesty, the district needs to be aggressive in the way we pursue these. And
There you
that's
go.
what that's what I'm working towards. It doesn't do us any good. We're never going to get any closer to solving these problems if we're trying to build a savings account. And I'm just letting you know right now, out of that $6 million that's showing right now, as I talked about, as projects move forward, you will see our current budget allocations going up. Our CDS conversion is an estimated $4 million coming off of that Measure M project, or Measure M balance. We're looking for ways to get that spit down because it's sitting there, it's not doing us, making us better.
For those of us who don't really know what a DSA review means, could you provide a brief
Yes,
description
the
of that?
DSA is the state Division of State Architects, and they review all school projects that are going to be utilized by children. So There's 3 different reviews that it goes through. One of them is the structural, inspection, make sure that the way it's designed is going to be safe and long-lasting. Fire safety review as well as accessibility to make sure that ADA compliance and all that's on there. So when it goes through, just remember there's so many schools and districts throughout the state. They have it broken into offices. So there's a couple offices, one in Oakland and Sacramento in Northern California, San Diego and LA in Southern California. And so our office is officially the Sacramento office. And all the schools in that region submit all their projects to that to Sacramento DSA, and they review them. And it takes time. When we're talking, plans that are coming in that are hundreds of pages long, you can't just go through them in a day and say, yeah, everything looks good. So it takes a lot of time. Right now, DSA, from what I understand, is taking a tad longer because Northern California offices are helping with Southern California projects after the fires in LA earlier this year. Some of those rebuilds are starting to hit, try to get expedited reviews. They're getting priority. So it is pushing some of the other projects a little bit longer, or taking a little bit longer to get them through. But it's a long process that typically takes about 4 months for us to get through.
And in this 4 months, costs could go up, right? Like we have installation of could go from 25,000 to
Oh, absolutely.
40,000.
Absolutely. Materials aren't getting cheaper. There's always the fear of what tariffs are going to do to us. But at the same time, in our last few projects that we've gone out, some of the other districts I'm talking to and our architects teams, projects are actually coming in under estimate quite a bit right now for multiple reasons. But one of which is the uncertainty. These contractors want to stay working. They want to keep busy. So they see a project that's estimated to take 9 months, and they want to keep their crews going. They're going to sharpen their pencil, and they're going to come in very competitively on that. When we do our pre-job walks or pre-bid walks, the more contractors that show up for that, the better, because they're going to want to be competitive to win that bid. So, it's a very competitive market right now.
Okay.
I think if right now it looks like the trend is they're getting more affordable, but if the materials start going up significantly, then we'll see them increase.
I have a couple of other questions. One of the things I wanted to know is how do you prioritize what gets done in the summer in this facilities planning? Because there are a couple of concerns that came up. A couple of classrooms were tented or at a couple of sites right before school started. So what does this process look like when you're trying to put this together? Where we don't have restrooms close, we knocked out restrooms at a campus and we've tented a couple. I just want to understand the process, like how do we make it a better process and approve things in a timely fashion? Is it something that the board can do? Is it something that the sites can do so that they're not having to scramble when school start versus when there's an opportunity in the summer to fix a lot of these things?
Yeah, so there are 2 different things there. A lot of the stuff that's done typically just over the summer typically falls as a maintenance project, and they're, I'm not going to put words in Dr. Williams' mouth, but trying to get those projects done quickly. A lot of times with the new budget year starting in July, funding sources and so forth have to get replenished, but try to get the timing, everything calculated on that is a little bit tricky, but you're talking roofs and HVAC, some of those things that do require a lot of that work to be done, have tight timelines over the summer months. We ran into that with the temporary portables this year. We were literally hooking those things up a week before teachers came back. A couple days before, we're still putting ramps up there just to make sure everything was ready. It just happens when you rush sometimes. But as far as the long-term projects that I deal with most of the time, we try and be as flexible as we can to work with the schools. One of the things we did is, for example, we poured the footings out at Franklin. We did that last weekend as opposed to doing it a couple days earlier when we had 500 students on campus and trying to run concrete trucks and pump trucks all throughout there. We did it while the students were off campus so that we can try and keep it environment conducive to learning and so forth. So I know we did bring out temporary restroom trailers earlier this week for those students out there because the plan didn't work quite as well as we'd envisioned. Working with the site staff, so we did call an audible and we brought out a restroom trailer for students earlier this week, so they have that available during the project as well.
Yeah, so I'd like to make sure we have a better process so we don't face these difficulties at the beginning of the school year or any time. So as a board, if you're asking me to prioritize things and what board priorities are, I would imagine that we would all be, I mean, I haven't asked anybody yet, but we would say, hey, like, let's make sure these projects, at least in the summer, especially with restrooms, are done in a timely fashion.
It's, you know, my intention all the time to make sure we do everything with as minimal impact to students and staff as possible. You know, like I said, when possible. You know, for example, you know, in a couple weeks, we start placing the buildings out at Franklin. We are going to have to do that on a day when students are there in order to keep everything flowing, because otherwise we're going to lose the crane, and it's going to be at another job, and we're not going to get it back for, you know, weeks. And so, you know, when it comes to timing like that, we do need to sometimes, you know, make other arrangements, and we will do everything we can to make sure that it goes as smooth as possible.
And what Trustee McCutcheon was saying earlier, I really like, you know, have you asked the schools what their priorities are? So I think a lot of what we would do then be based on what the schools think are priorities. Is there a way to have a dashboard or some mechanism to A, get information from the sites, and B, also show to the public, a public-facing dashboard where it say, hey, this is the project, this is how much it's costing, this is the timeline?
Yeah.
Is that something in the?
In fact, that is something I'm working with our my new department secretary to get our website kind of adjusted to mirror some other districts that I like, so we can put these things out there to see where they are. As far as feedback from the schools, you know, going backwards a little bit, and then kind of more recently, during the Ed Specs and Standards, staff was reached out to during the facilities master plan. Every school site was contacted by the architects and engineers on site. And also, for example, Stoll and Peterson, our first two that we're addressing, I met with our design firm and school administrators on staff to talk about what the needs were for the campus when it came to this modernization planning. So they have had input, and we will continue to meet with them, just like you know, we had met with at CDS with Dr. Pirtle when he was running pupil services. We've gone through every step. Now that Dr. Cooper is in that position, I met with him and the team to make sure that what we're designing and what we're going to put out there is going to meet the vision that they have. So, you know, we are adjusting, and like I said, we are working with school site administrators to put the best product forward.
I would just add one last thing, and that would be, don't underestimate the insights of the students who are in the halls. And that, because that was how the shade issue came to my attention at Fremont. That was a concern, that outgoing sixth graders who would not benefit from the shade. And I mean, I know they might ask for some, you know, things that aren't possible, but they also see things that they interact with. So there may be student feedback opportunities to assist.
Absolutely, they have voices too. In fact, one student asked me for a zip line, so.
Yeah, and that's how even the Stoll thing came up when I did a site visit, and they were asking.
Yeah, so I don't know, I haven't heard if DSA approves zip lines or not, but
Do we do public comment for report? We do not do public comment for reports, I think. Not to. So just going back to, so you, tonight, I think one of your asks was to identify any priorities. And do we?
Just have discussion, let us know if there are things that you've been approached about, things that you know, have had brought to your attention, so that we can make sure that we are looking at ways to incorporate those. Like I said, we are budgeting funds right now as we move through the process, but if there's some of these kind of quick hitter projects that we can kind of try and get to, you know, appease some of your constituents or some of the people that are coming to you, then we can look at that, getting those done as well.
But my main concern would be with Stoll, and is that something we need a deeper discussion at some point?
Discussion with the consultant.
It's on the docket.
It's on.
Yeah, so I think.
No, but it's like a little bit, but Stoll needs extensive, so it's an extensive conversation. Do we do that at a?
So at the last facilities meeting, we had a conversation about that, so that is a bigger conversation. That is.
When do we anticipate to have that additional bigger conversation?
We can follow up in agenda prep if you'd like to schedule another board workshop or another discussion item.
I think we really need to, for me, from an equity standpoint, and, you know, we're building some, you know, a fancy ELAP center, and I look at Stoll, and I've seen the pictures, I've been to that school. There's a lot that needs to be done there. And I think whatever the equity multiplier of like 6 million, I don't know how long that will last. So we will have a conversation later about it, or another next board meeting or whenever, like the larger picture of if the town is moving to, I think that's another discussion, that if the city is growing to the northern side, then what does it do? And that's, it all relates to my request about the bus routes and all of that, right? Like all of this comes into play if the city is moving to the north side. I would like to have another discussion if the board is open to that conversation.
Discussion based on.
The problem is that
I'm sorry.
is still 85% imagery. That was my injury. That was our community member.
So I think the appropriate response to that, President Lackaretti, would be, once we get the estimate back from the architect, what we can do for the $12 million that I asked for, just give us a starting number. I think at that point, we can have a conversation as, this is kind of a number. Do we want to add to, do we want to take from, or do we want to have further discussions about that site? So I think once we have a little bit more information from them,
Okay,
then I think we can
have
further discussion. So
In the
I'll
meantime-
keep you guys in the loop on that.
Do you know when your next facilities board meeting is, the subcommittee meeting?
Facility subcommittee meeting, we talked about doing it every few months. We did the last one in June, so it'd probably be late September, October. I'd guess probably October. We haven't scheduled it quite yet, but we have a Citizens Bond Oversight Committee in September, so it'd probably be October.
Yeah, and both of these meetings can be attended by the public, or is it just?
The board subcommittee is more of an internal committee, because then we come and we do feedback like this at the board meetings, but the Bond Oversight Committee is open to the public.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board? Any requests? Do you have some information from the board to move forward?
Yeah, I mean, I know, Trustee Delgado's mentioned that she's really an advocate towards the Fremont shade structures. We will put some stuff together, we'll bring it to you at a future meeting so you guys have an idea of what kind of the feedback from this is, and we can go from there. So I think if we do another board workshop to address the soil situation, I think we can have some more discussions at that time as well.
Yeah, but I really would like to see what the board's consensus, like a public-facing dashboard, like you said, you're working on it, but a more.
So what I envision is when you go to our website, it'll list like current projects. You can click on Franklin Phase 3 modernization. It'll have some current pictures, and it'll talk about the budget, what the cost is, and funding sources and that type of stuff.
That would be wonderful. And do you have an ETA on that?
Hopefully in the next couple of weeks.
Okay.
I'm not going to commit that. I said hopefully, but it should be coming. So.
Okay, thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Do we want to take a 5-minute break, or do we just want to, let's go? We're going to power through. Mr. Alexander. 2025 MCSD Summer Academy Report, Director of State and Federal Programs, Mr. Aaron Alexander. Okay. You please turn on your microphone. Thank you.
Take two. Good evening, trustees and executive cabinet. Tonight, our team will present the results from 2025 Summer Academy. Next slide, please. Thank you. MCSD kicked off its summer program with session 1, a 5-day enrichment program that served a total of 524 TK through 8th grade students that was hosted at Burbank, Peterson, Gracie, and Wright Elementary schools. To serve the needs of these students, MCSD secured over 100 staff over 3 shifts to provide a full day of services that ensured students were safe and engaged in fun learning opportunities. Staff planned and provided lessons to support Session 1's theme, Guardians of the Wild, Conservation Heroes. Students participated in 2 learning excursions, Fresno's Chaffee Zoo and Yosemite National Park. This first session of activities were themed to match the field trips at the end of the week to Chaffee Zoo and Yosemite National Park. They engaged in animal conservation activities such as building a zoo cage, an animal mask parade, and a wildlife habitat diorama, and more. They also engaged in nature conservation activities such as building a pollinator garden, creating notebooks, STEM building activities, and more. Next slide. Summer Academy was a great opportunity to enrich the 1,276 students that participated with other types of instruction across 4 campuses, again, Burbank, Gracie, Wright, and Peterson. MCSD leveraged Scholastic Lit Camps to promote literacy, Eureka Math Squared to provide hands-on math instruction, and for grades 5 through 8, computer programming and gaming from STEM Forged. MCSD contracted with over 100 credentialed teachers and over 140 classified staff to continue to provide outstanding instruction and supports. MCSD music teachers had the opportunity to push into classrooms, build basic music concepts, while MCSD PE teachers designed activities to keep students engaged and active throughout the day. Our MCSD counselors had the opportunity to ensure our students had access to positive social emotional lessons, and our teacher librarian supported literacy during the summer months. MCSD provided dynamic supplemental activities as well. MCSD has planned excursions for each grade level that included Merced Kids Discovery Station, Hillmar Cheese, Applegate Zoo, Regal Cinemas, Bellevue Bowling, Castle Air Museum, and Island Water Park. MCSD also contracted with local vendors to provide assemblies such as Python Run, Seaflow, and the Steam Arcade and the Human Game Board. Survey results from students, staff, and family reveal that MCSD Summer Academy is highly valued, largely due to its engaging activities, positive learning environment, and supportive staff. The program successfully provides dynamic academic continuity, and a fun, structured summer experience. Key opportunities for enhancement lie in expanding and diversifying activities, refining curriculum delivery, improving supply logistics, and addressing specific operational and communication needs. There's some mixed feedback regarding sixth curriculum enrollment, which suggests a need to review and ensure a consistently smooth experience for all users. Next slide. This slide depicts the students that attended and reflects achievement across the 4 Summer Academy sites and across the grade level spans. We can see that there are positive gains in both reading and mathematics, and are proud to know that our program, specifically thanks to our certificated and classified staff, helped slow or stop the quote-unquote summer slide. Next slide, please. Merced City School District partnered with 12 local vendors to provide a direct service during the summer months. Merced United, Merced College for Kids, Kids Discovery Station, UC Merced Bobcat Summer Academy, Students with Aspiring Goals, Harvest Park Educational Center, Mathnasium, Twisters, Schoolyard Rap, Boys and Girls of Merced County, City of Merced Junior Giants Program, and Students Today, Leaders Tomorrow. MCSD wrapped up its summer program with Session 3, a 7-day enrichment program that served a total of 362 TK through 8th grade students, again hosted at Burbank, Peterson, Gracie, and Wright Elementary Schools. To serve the needs of these students, we secured over 99 staff, again to cover the 3 shifts to ensure the students were engaged. Staff planned and provided lessons to support Session 3's theme, Mission Possible, Dream, Discover, Do. Family surveys expressed strong interest in having their child participate in the MARS program, and again, indicating a high overall satisfaction and perceived value. Moreover, many parents conveyed profound gratitude for the program, recognizing its importance to the community and consider it, the quote, the best thing to have within MCSD. Comments also highlight appreciation for staff's patience and kindness and excitement for the future sessions. However, again, some families noted confusion regarding the structure of these 3 sessions offered. This 3rd session of activities was a culmination of summer fun. Students learned about seed germination, created 3D flower pots, and made ice cream, and so much more. Their culminating event was an excursion to the local Regal movie theater. And I would say Session 3 for me, I'm just gonna go off script here a little bit, was pumping butter flavored oil so our students can make a lava lamp. Good memory, I think we have pictures somewhere, but that's, anyway, all that to be said, the stuff we do for kids. Lastly and finally, the 2025 Summer Academy was a success. We are proud of the opportunities that we were able to provide the students, families, and staff of Merced City School District, not to mention the greater community of Merced. Special thanks and recognition to the staff of MCSD state and federal programs, both Grisel Tenori and Linda Hernandez, Ms. Crystal Russell, and Veronica Villa, Cheyenne Hanneman, Catherine Paymer, and Ludi Velasquez, as well as Jeanette Armero. Natalie Yang and Flora Veenstra, Lucas Lopez, they're on camera somewhere. Fong, Her, and Zhang Shechao, thank you, gentlemen. Blanca Alcarez Orozco and Chua Douthit, Tatum Schaefer, and all of our MARS site leads and instructional assistants that joined us this summer. 2025 Summer Academy principals, Papith Lee, Dora Medina Brum, Kate Powell, and Stephanie Her, as well as Mrs. Irma Ayala Olson, and our amazing MCSD classified and certificated staff. Gratitude is also sent to all of our MCSD staff members across all of the departments that contribute to the success of these summer programs, inclusive of transportation, human resources, fiscal, information and educational technologies, maintenance and operation, print shop, special education, risk management, curriculum instruction, the staff development, warehouse, school nutrition services, and of course, the MCSD Executive Cabinet and the Board of Trustees. We have an amazing staff and an excellent community partnerships. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you for your presentation. Any questions, comments from the board? Go ahead.
Great job. I really appreciate it. The only thing I would say, because these programs are so great, and I remember we were approving them right before we were ending school. So if we can bring these programs a little bit earlier so we can give all our kids access to these programs, I can guarantee you they'll have more participation when it comes to our schools. But everything else, man, I really appreciate the summer academy and everything in the summer, because kids do lose a lot of learning, and to have something for the kids to do and something for the parents to get a break from, that's wonderful. Thanks a lot. And my only suggestion is just bring it to us a little bit earlier so we can get more kids in it. Thank you.
Trustee Delgado, Clerk Delgado.
I had the opportunity to visit the summer academy over at Burbank, and then also before the morning sunrise at Gracie. And I think it was great to see the kids, as well as Twisters, to see the number of students who are physically engaged without technology in sight. I think that was great for them to be engaged with each other and interacting with each other in the absence of technology. So I really appreciated seeing that.
I would like to say thank you to you and your staff and all those that participated, worked the summer academy. My kids had the opportunity to be a part of it. My little guy went to the UC. He caught the bus from Gracie. This summer he learned how to walk to Gracie, catch the bus. He did not have an aide, and he went to the UC and participated. And I think that he grew up a little bit. The little guy, he always came home, snack, snack, because you guys fed him quite a bit. But, I think that it was a learning experience, and at the same time, it was fun. And that's what I liked about it the most, is kids can learn and still have fun. So again, I appreciate that, and the presentation was good, and I'm looking forward to next summer.
Thank you.
One other thing, though, the Mars program, I'm hoping that we can get that through all the schools for the parents.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
I do have questions. It looks like it was a very successful year, lots of programs, lots of opportunities, various interests. My one question is, you had mentioned some issues with Six Cricket. Like, what can you explain?
It's new. It's a change.
For the vendors to do the attendance, correct? Is that how they track?
Yeah, so vendors get allotted based on the contract with Six Cricket's platform. They get allotted a user account. And so our district website hosted the main Six Crickets access. And once families got into Six Crickets, there's a menu of options. Basically, the password for the parents to enroll would be the student's ID number. And so it's a new process, but our vendors do see the benefits of it. They can message their families directly through that app, and families can update vital information like health concerns, allergies to food, and other contacts. And so just the continual progress through that, because as the survey results, there's mixed. Some parents said there was no problem with it. We have survey results saying that many did not, but being new, is a change, and so we're going to continue to coach our families through that. And as Trustee Brooks mentioned earlier, the better. And again, all of our vendors that are coming on board, specifically, if I can mention Bali Learning, talking with him today. Ms. Hanneman and Ms. Paymer do a great job. They're our supervisors. They do a great job of training their teams so that they're successful in that, so that they can enroll well, and they can also manage attendance so we can run reports. And on the back end, that information goes to Aries database, so we can run reports to provide data for you in terms of enrollment and then later on achievement.
I see here in session 2A, you had like almost 1,200 to 1,276 students. Is it because it was like a 1-month program? Do families sign up for a month? Is that why the participation is more in session 2 versus session 1 and session 3?
So traditionally, right, our summer academy is 4 to 5 weeks, depending on how the cookie crumbles every year. And so it's more of the traditional model. And so we also bring in more staff, specifically our certificated staff members and more classified staff for the traditional. Sometimes parents we designed the program, we want all kids to come, all 11,000 plus to come. But we see with the data, a little more over 10%, 10 to 12%, depending on the day, do come and take advantage, and that's okay. But we want them to have the opportunity, and we see this year more kids than ever before did enroll all of our programs that were offered, over 4,500 kids. Now, they might be dually or triply enrolled, and we're working on, finding a way to see how many kids exactly
Like
enrolled.
uniquely identified.
Uniquely, that's right. Thank you for that. So with that being said, that's the why, more families, because again, the school year is long, not just for the kids, but also the families. As a father of four, I could speak to, it's nice to just be able to unplug. And now that I work 12 months around the year, I get to enjoy, the town's a little more with less traffic. And because people are enjoying unplugging, going on vacation, these kind of things. So that's my hypothesis as to why more students enroll during that session 2 as we define it.
Thank you again. Thank you to you and your staff for bringing
Yes.
12 vendors plus 3 different
Man, let's clap it up.
sessions.
Let's clap it up.
I want to put a shameless plug.
Go ahead.
We created a beautiful video. I wanted to show up. It was 36 minutes long.
Oh, wow.
But let
We
me
have
tell
a
you
lot
something.
of time today, so
It's on- But Jeremy, press play. No, just a quick joke. No, but honestly, it's beautiful. And I'm saying that because, one, I'm proud, but it is truly beautiful because it really narrates each vendor and each segment even better than I did here tonight. It's on our district website. You can make it 1.5 play if you'd like to make it quicker. It's a good listen to as you maybe drive, put it on your phone or whatnot. But you can hear the voices of our team members speaking to and through as they read over the slide deck. So please take time to listen or watch that. Our principals who couldn't be here tonight did a great job of collecting that data from their teams and leading their teams. And again, thank you to our certificate and classified staff all across the district. We have, again, I'll say it again as I close, a wonderful team that care about kids, their families, and we're very fortunate to have that as one of our strongest assets in this district. So thank you very much.
Thank you to you and your team. Thank you.
You said the video is on our district website?
Yes, and they also emailed it to us, 36 minutes. I was gonna special board or,
Yeah, I understand.
thank you.
Sorry. There's also a couple of vendors who provided videos that's also on the website, just to honor their time. Please take.
Yeah, share it through our social media, right? I think it would be good to for folks to see. through
We
social-
definitely could share that link and our community, it'll be posted there until we do it again next year. And so, yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Good job.
We move on. Thank you. Board action, human resources. Oh, consent. Oh my gosh, we're just.
Yeah, you tried to.
Consent.
Yes.
I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as submitted.
So moved.
A motion by trustee Brooks. Is there a second? Second by trustee Delgado. All those in favor? Aye. Nays have the same right. Motion passes for consent agenda unanimously. Now we'll move to board action, human resources. Approve revised senior management salary schedule 2025-26. Hi, Dr. Humboldt.
Good evening, Board of Education, Executive Cabinet, all of our trustees, and our wonderful participants in our audience this evening. It is recommended that the Board of Education approve the revised senior management salary schedule as attached herein for the 2025-2026 year.
Thank you. Ms. Gates, do we have any callers in the queue for this item?
President Leckeready, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you. Do we have any in-person comments for this item? Seeing none, any questions or comments from the board? I do not see any. I will entertain a motion to approve as presented. Is there a motion to approve? Motion by trustee McCutcheon. Is there a second? Second by trustee Zhang. All those in favor? Aye. Nays have the same right. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Board action superintendent. Discuss and approve board member committee assignment for East Merced County Public Facilities Financing Authority, EMCPFFA. Superintendent Stocking.
Yes, this was brought as a request from the board This is your JPA committee member, of which we are recommending that the board nominate a committee member for representation. It was asked to confirm with legal counsel that because of the number of board members that we have, and for those that are able to attend on a regular basis, to ensure that there is no conflict of interest, should any of our board members also be employees of the Merced Union High School District. Our legal counsel has confirmed from the purpose of the council, there is no apparent disqualifying conflict of interest for the board member for board members who may also happen to be employees for Merced Union High School District to sit on the JPA board.
Thank you. Ms. Gates, do we have any callers in the queue for this item?
President Lackaretti, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you. Do we have any in-person comments for this item? Seeing none, now it's time. Who wants to volunteer? Wow, that's. It's around 3 o'clock. It's once a quarter.
I cannot do 3 o'clock. I got small kids.
Can you use your? This is a committee, a joint committee assignment where we have funding from Merced City and Merced Union High School District, where 60% is for funds go to our school district, 40% is theirs, or some ratio. And we have to decide what happens with this funding. And this is for that Moraga area that when they were building it, it was a special area, correct, Ms. Parker? And now we get to decide. As a 4-person board, and it's 2 and 2, 2 people, 2 board members from MCSD, 2 board members from the high school district. So because Trustee Brooks cannot attend the 3 o'clock, it's really important we have somebody there that can attend at 3 o'clock, usually, or in the afternoon, somewhere between 2
Usually
and
3:30.
3:30, yeah. It's once a quarter.
Correct.
And the dates are set in advance, and we are trying to do something with that funding, so I think it's really important that we have representation. And if I'm not mistaken, Superintendent Stocking, it does not have to be a board member, but it could be a staff member.
That is correct.
So if there is nobody on this board that has time, because I understand it's at 3:30, it's in the middle of workday. So if none of the board members are interested, I would like to make a recommendation to have Director Bain or anybody the district chooses to.
I also, just for clarification, there are 2 committee members represented, of which President Lackaretti
Yes.
is one of them.
I'm already one. We're
So
just-
we do have board representation.
Yeah,
We
so
do.
I'm on
There are
board,
2
yes.
committee members, and so we just wanted to open it up. If the board would like to nominate or volunteer anyone that's currently a board member that can make the meetings, so we can move the business along.
It's either at our district office, or sometimes we've met like in Atwater somewhere by the castle. So I based on, I know the availability of and all of you work till like 3:30, so at the schools, or 5 or some. So if you all are okay, I would like to make a recommendation of somebody from the district office, because I am a board representative. But if you all want to do it, I'm more than, yes, we'll take nominations.
I support that recommendation, but I think in fairness, does the opportunity exist to give those members of the district office the chance to like say, yes, that does fit or that doesn't, versus one?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, it is, because we should vote for it tonight, right? Like,
Yes, we're looking for a motion because there is a meeting coming up
Yes.
here in September.
Yes.
And that was the timeliness of it. We can then put it out there and go from there. We've already provided the idea, and we can go from there.
sometimes the meetings are 10 minutes.
I'd like to
sometimes-
nominate Trustee McCutcheon. Oh, but no, it's.
No, I mean, I want to make sure.
I
like-
do, no, I do. That's
Okay.
why I.
You're willing to do it?
What's up? What's
Yes,
wrong
there
with
you
the look? What's up with that?
No,
look?
she really did say that's.
I just gave a look and then you
you guys think she was up to no.
Yeah, no, I know trustee McCutcheon. Yes.
You'll do it? Okay, we'll have, okay, so there's a motion on the table.
I second it.
To have trustee McCutcheon by, okay, so who made the motion? Oh, trustee Delgado made the motion to have trustee McCutcheon. Is there a second?
I second it.
Second by trustee Brooks. All those in favor? Aye. Oh, they will, yeah, they will send information to you in advance. And it's only like 4 meetings in a year. And it's literally, we're done in 10 minutes. Say that again? Oh, you want it again?
What?
That's what she just said. Okay, so there is a motion on the table, and there's a second to have trustee McCutcheon on the board. All those in favor? Aye, nays have the same right. Motion passes. Okay, thank you. Okay, items of interest. Board members and the superintendent may report on activities, school visits, meetings, conferences. Okay, we will go with trustee Zhang first.
Yeah, didn't have much, but I just wanted to wish all the staff and everybody a wonderful and great years and great start. So appreciate all the efforts you put into going back to our school. So appreciate all of you. Thank you very much.
I'd like to apologize to the schools that I do dads on duties. I've been pretty busy on Fridays, but I will jump back into dads on duties, my dads on duties. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee McCutcheon?
I don't really have anything to report. I just want to let those that have sent emails to know that we hear you, we've read them. I may not respond back, but we are working on things.
Trustee Clerk Delgado.
Just to echo that sentiment, we take the emails seriously and are doing our best because we recognize the time that you put in, not just in the classroom, but before, after, and during your weekends. Just real quick, I attended the Hawk meeting. I was also invited to work with or visit our 2 elementary PE teachers who oversee 14 sites to make sure that we maintain compliance with Ed Code. And I learned how to play Gaga ball, which is a lot of fun. Has nothing to do with Lady Gaga. I learned that too.
Thank you. Okay. On August 21st, I attended an informational meeting put on by the DA's office where they discussed the potential for opening a family justice center in Merced. I believe there are only 17 family justice centers in the state, and Merced would like to be the 18th. It's a collaborative model of service delivery that brings together a range of resources and support services under one roof to better serve victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, child abuse, elder abuse, and human trafficking. So I think it's wonderful to have all services in one, and if anybody from the district or any of us are interested, please reach out to the DA's office to see how you can be a part of that. I too have received emails about the Franklin bathrooms and other issues that are currently going on, and those have been forwarded to Superintendent Stocking, and some have already said that they are meeting with you. So again, like my other trustees, our other trustees have mentioned, we appreciate reaching out to us with your concerns, and we are trying to get resolutions. Like if not us, we are forwarding the emails to the district office. I'd like to talk about something that I just, again, this is not how I wanted to do it, but there's this Muir furniture saga that's been going on since August 7th of 2024. Ms. Booth had emailed pictures of broken furniture in her classroom on August 7th, 2024. Emails were forwarded. She had followed up. I have followed up. She has come again this year, a year and 20 days later. There is still no new furniture in the classroom. And the information was provided to us in the weekly briefing that a quote is making its way through an approval process. And I sit here and I think about, if we cannot even get furniture into a classroom for a year and 20 days, or whatever it is, then the process is broken, and we really need to fix the process. So I guess my ask is how do not just Ms. Booth or other teachers know when something is broken or something wants to be replaced, that when they come to the board or when we forward the emails, that it doesn't have to take multiple emails from a board member or them coming here, multiple meetings asking for the same thing, and we really need to fix the process. So my ask is, and I hope my board members, other board members will join me in the ask of trying to make these little things easier so the big things can be dealt with in a timely fashion. And I also heard that there was some information that was shared, I don't know how this happened, but somehow library funds are being used to purchase this furniture. I don't know, again, this was brought to my attention. And like library funds are being used to purchase the furniture. So either it's furniture or library. So I just, again, want that information for folks to understand, right? Like for the teacher or for a parent or anybody, like what does this process look like? When I make a request, what does it look like? Who does it go to? What happens to it? Who is responsible for what? So I think it's really important that when we talk about communication and when we keep saying communication is an issue, I think it's like closing that loop of communication, right? When someone comes to us, how many clicks does it take to get something done and how quickly it's done? So that would be my request. And do I have support from the board to? Yeah, thank you. And that's why, going back to my last request, like asking about an org chart, who is responsible for what? And I think I'd like, again, with the support of my board, I want to see an information item at the next board meeting. We have a lot of new folks, an update, not only an updated org chart, but who is responsible for what? What is the superintendent responsible for? What is the deputy superintendent responsible for? What is the assistant superintendent responsible for? So that folks who are, whether it's a parent, staff member, principal, know that when there's an issue, who they go to. So I'd like to, if there is a consensus with the board, to have that information item at the next board meeting. Yes. Okay, so there's a consensus. So further, talking about more, I would like to, I don't know who this would come from, I'd like to see a staff climate survey sent. Yeah, I've talked about this multiple times over the last almost 3 years that I've been on this board. With all these new changes, I think it's a reset. We have a full board, we have a full cabinet. So the staff climate surveys to really get a pulse of what folks are feeling. An anonymous staff climate, what you can call it an engagement survey, you can call it a climate survey. I have taken part in it at institutions where I've worked at. You know, every couple of years, I think it's a great idea to get involved, to ask our staff, hey, what's going on? So whether it's our HR that does it or if some.
Can we specify the information or the outcomes we want from it?
Go ahead.
So I have been looking into this because this is something that was discussed at our staff or at our board retreat. And so I will make sure that you have access to that information.
Say that again.
I have been doing research and have secured some places that have done climate surveys and that we can craft.
Yeah, again, this is not a gotcha survey, right? This is the survey or whatever we're trying to do is not meant to be a gotcha.
No, I just want us to have a clear understanding. That's consistent. I just want us to have a clear understanding and idea of the information we want to gain from it.
Absolutely.
Right,
yeah.
That's all. I just want to know what we're measuring at the end.
Yeah, I can have, I can be more specific when we do, yeah. So in my, what I'm asking for, I can be more specific as to what we can all accomplish as an end result. And the other request I have is Prop 28 funding, right? So every school gets certain money, and I think it was last year where we flipped where 80% of it goes to supplies versus 20. Is that the Prop 28 funding? I know every school had to put together a plan. So for the 25-26 school year, has that plan been done? And if so, I would like to have access to that information. For me, and if the other board members, is it something that we could send it in a WOB for other board members to have? Because I believe we have $2.2 million for the 25-26 school year. So the request we made to flip the percentages was only for last year, correct? The waiver? Oh, for 25-26 as well? Oh, okay. But it would be wonderful for the board to see the plan, for even a couple of schools, if you want to send it through.
We'll provide that in the WOP.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I think those are all the asks that I have. And on August 19th, I dropped off my son at Berkeley. I was crying like all day, and I just, again, want to express my gratitude to the school district for helping not only my students, all the other students. He's having a fantastic experience. School's starting tomorrow. So for all the high school students who recently graduated and going off to college, I know UC Merced is starting, it started today or tomorrow, at UC Berkeley starting tomorrow, Merced College started this week. Good luck. We believe in you. We just want you to succeed in life, be happy and be productive citizens, and come back to Merced and help this community. Like, it was wonderful. It was as sad as I was dropping him off, I could see he was ready, and he was ready because of all of the teachers, the staff, the community that helped him be where he is. So a sincere gratitude of appreciation to all of you. And with that, I will move on to Superintendent Stocking for comments.
Thank you, President Laccaretti, trustees, and community members. We are officially 2.5 weeks into the 25-26 school year. Friendly reminder, we're excited. Thank you for the recommendation from our board that we will be hosting a majority of the first meeting of every month, school board meeting at the school sites, starting at our next board meeting, September 9th. This will take place at Joe Stephanie's school. Same time, 5:30 will begin for closed session, as well as then, opening up for closed session, and then 7 p.m. We look forward, now that we are hosting at the first Tuesday meeting of every month at the school sites, seeing many more of our community members, hopefully families, so that we can receive your feedback and share our information of the board. I would also like to share that I am currently working on accomplishing the goal of stepping into every single room at all 19 sites within the first 30 school days of school, within the first 30 days of school. This has given an opportunity for me to interact with all of our staff, as well as see both the positive things that are taking place, as well as some of the needs, so that we have a real grasp on current reality to best support our staff. So I continue to visit and look forward to sharing the feedback and interacting with our team. Our Smart from the Start campaign is going as strong as ever, as we kept our slogan from last year, and we're diving even deeper to ensure that our students feel supported through safety and social emotional well-being. We will continue with that, as Dr. Cooper is starting with our anti-bullying campaign and looking at revising a handbook for anti-bullying so that we can have clarity and support for our students on campus. I'd also like to share a highlight with our Golden Valley Health Center partnership, Sports Physicals. I'm honored to share that through our extended partnership with GHVC this year, we have had sports clinics at the location on Childs Avenue in Merced on August 9th, and at the Rancho location adjacent to Stephanie Elementary on August 16th. A total of 191 students received sports physicals at no cost to them. Our goal in including the Ranchero Health Center as a location was to ensure students who live in a more rural area near Joe Stephanie and Franklin Elementary could also have access to receive a sports physical if transportation was a barrier. We're excited to share that 63 students took that opportunity and were seen at the Merced Ranchero location, our only one provider. 128 students were seen at the Merced Suites location, provided by 3 providers, and we look forward to hosting our next events in January of 2026. We will also begin Coffee with the Superintendent in in this current year. I'm excited to share that I'll be hosting my first upcoming session of Coffee with the Superintendent on Tuesday, September 16th at 8:15 a.m. at Hoover Middle School in the library. This is open to all community, families, and staff to join us, and really an opportunity to listen, answer any questions, and share our focus for the district. We are also excited to share a thank you to our school board recommendation. We will be continuing with our town hall meetings. This will start to take place, of which the district and our school board will host 2 upcoming town hall meetings on Thursday, September 25th, which is tentatively scheduled for Charles Wright Elementary, and Thursday, November 13th, tentatively scheduled to be hosted at Joe Stephanie School. More information to come. We look forward to seeing many of our community and families and staff as we can listen and are looking to host in each trustee area. September is Attendance Awareness Month, so as we gear up for September, each school is excited to implement school attendance plans that focus on increasing student engagement, fostering student connections, providing attendance incentives and recognition. That approaches include weekly and monthly drawings and programs, family outreach, and additional support for our students as needed that are experiencing chronic absenteeism or challenges to get to school. With that, I would like to thank everyone for all of their hard work in opening our schools and all of our staff for providing an incredible opening to school for our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Stocking. Events calendar. Will the Board of Trustees review the events calendar? No? You don't want to attend events? Governance calendar, any questions? So we're in September, so there's back to school night on September 9th. Let's see. Okay.
Nope.
Okay, no questions, all right. If not, the meeting is adjourned at 9:30 p.m.
Let's get it.